Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, plug in my second headset. Otherwise, this is an echo. Oh man, I swear. It's like, hello, long time no see, everybody. This is so funny. So as I was saying, no, just kidding. So, just to be official and everything, hello, welcome. Glad you guys could join me. Thanks for popping by. Welcome to another chill session where we're just going to kick back and relax. And just enjoy ourselves, enjoying the vibe and everything else. So if you are coming in to lurk and hang out, then otherwise just come on in and relax, let go. Feel free to enjoy and, hey, just vibe with us. So, that being said, all I really planned on working on today was I was going to go ahead and, well, a couple of things. I'm going to work on the VRoid, so I'm going to do some painting of my VRoid model. I was thinking that one thing that I kind of wanted to do beforehand is maybe do a little bit of overhauling on my PNG tuber here. So, yeah. So at some point, I am going to go ahead and use the PNG tuber as my first test model, like kind of like the learning experience for working in live 2D. I mean, that's not going to happen anytime soon because the natural progression of things, or at least kind of the way that I saw it, was as far as like, you know, establishing an existence as a quote unquote VTuber in this world would be to first come up with a PNG tuber, or with the PNG image, and be a PNG tuber at first, and then move from the PNG tuber to a VRoid model, and then spend some time as the VRoid model, and then also work on a live 2D model. So that was kind of the original plan. But I mean, I gotta admit, the whole ghost form is growing on me a bit, so even though it's kind of like a Frankenstein deal where I'm building my body in VRoid, you know, for me to inhabit and stuff. So I'm not going to completely let this ghost model kind of go, just because, like I said, it's growing on me. I'm definitely going to use it when I get around to making emotes and stuff, so I kind of want to figure out how to make different emotes and use the ghost as a base for that too, you know, since the ghost is already a chibi form. I figured, why not? But yeah, so part of that is I want to clean up the lines and make it a vector image, and probably drop some stuff on some proper layers for work later. so that I can actually have multiple states, because right now this is pretty static. This is the only state that I have for this model, so it'd be kind of nice to add a few other things, like, you know, the ability to blush and stuff. I may or may not make toggles for this that I can use in VRoid, but it'd be nice to kind of have those around. So I kind of want to work on that a little bit before I go into VRoid a little bit later. So that's more or less the plan that I got. And yeah, apparently people like the ghost. So, and I got, like I said, I kind of want to work a little bit more on my lower half and kind of fix the tail a little bit. I want to make my lower half a bit more wispy, so to speak, kind of more ghost-like. I want it to look more ghost-like and kind of have like a little bit of a better trail, as opposed to kind of looking like somebody's holding up a big giant balloon. Exactly. Add the ghostly flavor to it. So, like I said, kind of figure I'd work on those states a little bit. So I'm going to start off with doing some updates to the PNG tuber. It's a little bit of a bummer just because, so we were hanging out on a Discord server earlier, and just kind of like in a group chat, just hanging out and stuff and just having a good time. And it was really nice having, you know, some friends get together and sit there and talk, because listening to everybody on listening to each other's streams like we've been doing for the past week or so, there's always going to be like one person talking, everybody else in chat. So actually having everybody together all on a voice call, a voice channel, that was actually really cool. Oh yeah, the Spotify royalty-free music. I did make a Spotify account. I did use it once on stream, but then it was starting to act, I don't know, for whatever reason it acted stupid, so that's why I've been using like the YouTube thing. But yeah. Yeah, I am totally looking forward to kind of getting together and collabing with you guys, just because, you know, again, that's part of the whole point. You know, make friends, have collabs, have good times together. That's the whole point, right? So yeah, we all kind of come in and enjoy ourselves, have a good time, and it just works out. It's all great. So I need to get a little situated and also kind of stay quote unquote hydrated. Oh, I forgot to mute. Oh well. Fine. Yeah, you guys are hydrating with me, right? Okay, so let me see here. Oh, you know what? I don't have it up right now, so I need to give me a sec. Let me. Crap. I need to go ahead and open up. What you call it? Clip Studio Paint. Okay, cool. All right, you know what? I am going to. Yeah, I was actually. I just saw your messages, Lumi. So you know, let me try opening that up right now, real quick, and see if I can. Because if I could just go ahead and get rid of the commercials. Of course, I actually have a free account on Spotify. I don't have a paid account, so I'm probably still gonna get commercials or ads. Now, I do have a backup plan in case I do get ads on this. And in fact, hold on. Let me see if I can open that up. Well, okay, first let me just see about the Spotify. And yeah, unfortunately, okay, so if it's free, I'll still get the ads. So I do have to go ahead and upgrade my account to a paid account. I used to have a premium account, but see if it's gonna let me do this real quick. Survey says address has been saved. It's gonna let me renew. Okay, I've got premium in the wait. I've got premium individual. What the deuce? I kind of half thought that wouldn't work. I'm actually a little surprised. Oh, I mean, wow, okay. Look at that. So I do now have a paid account. Yeah, I caught a little bit off guard because yeah, so I think I've mentioned before on stream that I do independent contracting and stuff, and so I actually just got a couple of payments in from a client who was actually behind, motherfucker. no, no, can't really badmouth him because he just actually gave me two payments, the two payments, and he was actually behind. So hey, my glorious client, who I shall now stop ignoring and actually do work for, since you know he's actually since he's actually properly paid me. So I guess tomorrow I have work to do. Alrighty, cool. But yes, I was able to go ahead and get an actual premium Spotify account thanks to him. And yeah, so cool. Rock on. I said I'd send you guys links and stuff later. I'll do that a little bit later. So you can kind of see some of the things that I've been working on, for better or for worse. If you want. All right, so let me see here. So the All right. So moon tone and wire beats. And okay, yeah, I did see the second playlist that you also sent. Just to confirm, this isn't the playlist you were playing earlier, was it? Because that'd be kind of funny. Well, not quite the same vibe. Alright, so let me refresh this real quick and oh my god, I suddenly feel like a boomer. Alright, I just gotta follow him, right? Because I said that I actually had a Spotify account a while ago, but I only used it like once. So, and wait a minute, how's my bitrate? Because I just looked over at my secondary monitor and it looks like crap. But it looks like the bitrate's okay. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, alright. That works. Then never mind. Okay, so for you guys, it doesn't look all blurry and everything, so it's literally just my second machine acting like a punk again. Okay. No, it's actually, I've got the stream manager on a completely separate computer. But it's an even older potato than my main workstation, so alright, so let me, oh man. Real quick question. Do you usually just share a window on your do you wind up just sharing the app window in OBS, or do you actually open up Spotify directly as a browser source in OBS? Which one usually works better for you? Okay, yeah. All right. I can do it that way too. I just kind of wanted to double check. So give me one quick second. I'm going to disable YouTube and I'm just going to do a quick window capture then. You can interact with the browser. If you have a browser source in OBS, you can still go ahead and go in and interact with it. So it's like, hit the play buttons and whatnot. So that's pretty much the same thing that I'm doing with the YouTube music browser source, but only reason why I was asking was just simply because I just wanted to I wanted to see if I could do it without using the desktop audio widget. Because I think I said before, Macs are weird because of the way that everything is sandboxed, which is why I had to have that special device driver set up, the virtual audio device that kind of redirects the desktop to dual output. The only annoying thing is that there's no volume control on the device itself, so it has to be completely controlled from either inside of Spotify or in the OBS mixer. Where the hell is this window? Ah, there we go. And you don't have to be on top. So I'm putting you in the background. Come on. So, usual scuff, usual scuff. Wait, what the hell? Right, now I'm starting to remember some of the problems that I had. Like it keeps skipping. Can you hear it? Okay. Well, no, hang on. Yeah, see, this is the problem that I was having with Spotify because of the fact that it just keeps skipping and starting and stopping. So even when I had like, the free account, I was thinking that, okay, so maybe if I had the paid account that it would act right. But no, Spotify's just gotta go be a little pain. So hang on a second. Cause yeah. I'm using the browser. I don't actually have the Spotify app. Does it work better with the app? Let me install the app and see how that works. It's installing, and while this is installing, let me try reloading the browser window on my second machine. See if that fixes the blurry video. Okay. Oh my god, it's taking... Alright, there it goes. It's... Nope, still taking bloody forever. So in the meantime... Do you guys remember a movie from way back? Actually, specifically it was in 1985 called Fright Night. So... Oh, cool. So you remember that badass soundtrack, right? Oh, really? I'm not really surprised about that. So anyway, so speaking about that movie, and you were talking about doing covers and stuff. So that the main theme, Come to Me, I actually thought it'd be kind of cool to do some kind of cover on that. Even though I kind of mentioned earlier and stuff that, yeah, I think my singing kind of sucks. Yeah, go ahead. Post away. I don't mind. Just because, and while I'm waiting for this to come up, so I'm just gonna open up a media source real quick here. I mean, so this is just gonna wind up muting this part of the VOD, which I don't really mind. That's not that big. That's not a big deal. I want to take a look at those keyboards too, the keycaps. Fright Night bass. That's awesome. Just this one. So you probably remember this. So yeah, I thought this would actually be a very cool thing to do. So yeah, I told the one to go ahead and do a cover version of this, because I don't know if you guys have ever actually heard the actual song with the lyrics and stuff on it. I once kind of did a cover of it, not really a cover, but I did sing it once, just kind of in a little bit of a scenario, I guess you could say, and it went over kind of well, so I thought it would just be it'd be something interesting to try. There's also an extended version of this on YouTube where they have they basically just mixed the soundtracks from the first two movies. Well, the only two movies, but so Friday Night 1 and Friday Night 2. Because the guitar, I gotta admit, the guitar solo in 2 is actually really tight. But I just kind of thought this would be something that would be really just cool to just sit there and kind of croon a little bit. So I might put that together. Wait. Discord movie night? I dare say there might have to be. And all right, what timing? So let me see if I can get logged into Spotify here real quick. All right. Everything is so much slower when I got OBS running. You're gonna be a pain in my butt, huh? Hang on, I'm trying to get my password. See, if you notice, my keyboard, being like, you know, that crappy Apple butterfly switch set, doesn't sound all fucky and cool. And this is the correct password that I'm using. So what is your major malfunction? Right. So okay, it's doing the exact same thing. I don't get it. I try to get it to start at track number 1. And it plays a half a second on each track until it drops down to track number 6. Is shuffle? No, it wasn't on. Yeah, that's not what shuffle's supposed to do, though. Okay, so it really is actually doing the exact same thing that it was doing in the web app. It's actually even worse because now it's like skipping all the way down to the bottom of the list. Huh. What the hell, man? Okay, hold on. This says listening on the web player. So no, I don't want this to be listening on the web player. That's why I downloaded the stupid app. So why are you doing this? Okay, let's do this. This computer. So now, this shouldn't be the web app. Alright, it's the web app that's busted. Because it didn't. Alright. So the app is okay. So it's apparently the web app, at least on Chrome, acting stupid. Wait, you heard that? Hold on, let me put on the other. Yeah, I paused it for a second, but hang on a second. Let me play. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you know what? This is probably that device. So I didn't even have to have this set up as a I didn't even really need to set up the window in OBS to do to have it play if that's the case. Interesting. Well, I mean, the problem, like I said, Max actually sandbox that. So like so theoretically, if I turn this off, well, so if I switch this to headphones, where it's not actually rerouting the audio. Yeah, so you don't hear that anymore. Hang on, I'm going to test something real quick. Just to see. So I'm going to try adding the Spotify app. And I'm going to get rid of the Spotify window because the web app doesn't work anyway. Oh wait, no, I don't have to. Hang on. I'll just switch the source. Where are you? Yeah, see, it doesn't actually play the it doesn't play just because I actually have the window source. It doesn't automatically play it, and that's because of the way Mac sandboxes the audio devices from one app to the other. So I have to turn the bridge on, the bridge device on, otherwise you don't get to hear it. But then that also means that I don't need to worry about adding it to OBS. So one less thing for OBS to manage. Okay, so then if I switch back to the device, then you should start hearing it right about now. Hey Selene, how are you doing? Hey, Knuckle, hold on. I appreciate that, Lemmy. Okay, how's that? Is that a little too loud relative to me, or how does that sound? Okay, so wait, is this too soft? So, kind of ambient, but still okay to hear me at this point. Maybe a little bit more. Okay. So now Now, how is this? It's better. Of course, we're at the end of the song, so it's kind of fading out, so. Okay, good. Cool. All right, so I've got Spotify going. So Celine, how's your day been? Cool. Everything going okay? Oh, that's good. It's not too loud in my headset either. So, brilliant. Good, good. Excellent. All right. So now that we got this out of the way, let me finish firing up Clip Studio Paint. So, new music. Excellent. And I think you said this was copyright free, so it should be all good on the VOD later, right? Okay, cool. Cool. Shorten this up a little bit. I want to be able to see. Publicly declared that people can use their music. It might be recognized on YouTube, but no claims will be made. All right, groovy. Sounds perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, once this actually plays through on this playlist, I'll switch over to the Wire Beats playlist as well. And oh, it would help if I switched my view. I think I can go to the. Oh right, it's gonna go ahead and switch over, and I don't have to worry about the music. There we go. All right, cool. So now So first things first, where is that file? Where are you? Come here. Oh, it's a good thing this dialog box. It is a damn good thing this dialog box does not come up, because can't have stuff from the day job showing up on stream. I'm not trying to speed run a ban here. And why can't I find it? What the hell? Different project, different project, different project. That wasn't very cat. Alright. See, this is the problem. When you sit here and you reorganize your stuff, but then the app doesn't know where anything is anymore. And did I? No, I had to have saved it, but why can't? Alright, I can't find the original source. Son of a... Why not? Alright, fine. Then in that case... because I could have sworn that I actually saved the PNG tuber original working file. So, dang it. Okay, fine. Then I apparently can't find it. Of course, watch. After I actually go ahead and finish setting this up and doing all the work, then all of a sudden I'm going to find where I actually put the thing, and it's just going to be like, well, fuck me. So we're just going to go ahead and do it this way. I am going to create a new document. What is this, 919 by 1857? So what the hell did I have this set up as? Okay, so this was, well, this is obviously the PNG. So I'm going to just, let's see here. It's going to let me open a new layer. Okay, cool. It will, so that's good. So, oh, you know what? You're going to be able to hear all of those, right? Make sure I do that, and I need to close my Discord window, otherwise you're going to keep hearing all those little pops. Okay, so save this as and just deal with it. So I'm going to go ahead and keep the same basic shape because I like them as is. So I was going to go ahead and, like I said, redraw him anyway as a vector. So this is going to work out fine. If I remember where I left my damn brains. Okay. So hopefully I'm not going to end up boring you guys to tears. But I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out and stuff. It just feels so much quieter compared to, like, you know, being up in the Discord earlier. Okay, there it goes. Good, I'm glad to hear it. Okay. See, okay, so I came from actually working with Adobe Photoshop and Adobe Illustrator. So doing vector drawing in Clip Studio Paint is actually a completely different beast, so I'm still kind of getting used to it. I'm still getting used to it a lot, actually. I'm just going to do this. all set. I totally appreciate you doing that. Yeah, thanks so much, Louis. I really appreciate you putting that together. So I'll take a look at that YouTube playlist and check it out. That is so sweet. That's from everything that's playing. That's from the current playlist on this. That's cool. Love Toho, terrible at the games. It's a famous bullet hell game. I want to say Toho sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I've actually played it or not now that you mention it. Yeah, I don't like how this looks. So, an indie game. Wait, is this Toho Project? Because I've seen the because when you said they stand the characters, I mean I've seen the characters a lot, and I know that Toho Project was based off was a game, right? Okay. There is a certain site that I have frequented where there's a lot of dojins based off of Toho Project characters. So yeah, when you say people stand the characters, you ain't joking. Yes, I am familiar. In that regard, I haven't played the game, but I am very familiar with the characters. Not gonna say how familiar, but I'm pretty familiar with the characters. I can neither confirm nor deny my awareness of the characters in that regard. I am familiar with several Dojin works based off of them. Alright. Yeah, I need to thin these out. So let me see if I can do a correcting line. I mean, while I'm not necessarily going to say that I am like a fully furry kind of guy, the flip side is, no, who am I kidding? I mean, I do like furries. I'm not gonna, there's no shame. Furries are great. Okay, I see what the problem is. See, vectors are just kind of a pain in the ass compared to working with just regular lines. You know what I mean? But if I want to be able to scale this properly, I just need to go ahead and make sure I got this set up. Oh, hey Vin, how was stream? I saw that you were on earlier, but I was actually getting ready to kind of come on myself, so... Yeah, you picked a perfect time to join. We were talking about furries. Lumi, you haven't eaten anything all this time? Yeah, go grab something and then come back. Well, yeah, okay, I remember you had sushi. Yeah, you did have sushi while you were on stream. Okay, go grab a bite. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, how do I want to set this up? I think I need to put... Because on one hand, I got the... I've got the veil over here, but then... I've got the rest of this. Okay. Let's try doing this. the heck is this shortcut again? I mean, I know I'm looking off to the side slightly, but still, it looks weird. You can eat lunch while watching. Friends are furries? Yes. Friends are furries. Now that's a thing. But yeah, we were talking about furries when you came in, about Tohu project specifically. Actually, Vin. So are you a fan of the series by any chance? Or familiar with it, or familiar with the game at all? And welcome back. See, looking at it this way, it's like I totally see how it was off. And then it's gonna bug the shit out of me. That is going to completely bug the snot out of me. Because it's already bugging me. Alright, you know what? I hadn't planned on doing it this way, but I'm totally not digging this. In fact, let me get rid of that layer altogether, and I am just gonna go ahead and... How wide is this thing again? It's 919. What the hell kind of size is that? At least make it an even number, damn it. So 920. 460. Alright, so all told, that's not bad. Okay, so I am trying to I'm reworking this so that I have a vector version of the drawing instead of the original freehand drawn version of the ghost. I wanted to go ahead and make an actual vector version, presumably to make it easier to manipulate, easier to work with, especially if this were going to eventually be ported over to Live 2D. Since it's already vector, it'd be a little bit easier to move the points. I'm kind of going off of that just loosely because I haven't worked with Live 2D. I don't know if it requires vector art in order to kind of do its thing, but if it were a vector image, it'd be easier to resize it and rescale it and everything. Yeah, vector art makes it really easy. Like if you're doing, for example, like logo graphics and stuff like that, a lot of printers require the graphics to be in vector image format so that it makes it easier for them to resize stuff from the whatever, from whatever source image to the whatever print size that they need. So most of the time, a lot of logo illustrations and stuff are in vector format for that reason. So I wanted to go ahead and switch this over to a vector format. I would lose some of the gradient shading, I think. Well, if I were doing this for print, I would actually make everything flat cell shading, which that's actually one thing that I did want to do. I also wanted to do cell shading on this, as opposed to some of the some of the drawing, the shading that I did in the original drawing. And as I was kind of redrawing this, looking at this again, I can see where the symmetry was off. Now, I didn't want this to necessarily be exactly symmetrical, but kind of doing some canvas flipping and looking more closely at the image, I can kind of see where, all right, it's a little bit skewed, a little bit off. So little things I didn't notice when I was doing like the rushed version of this, and some things I kind of let go. I am working on correcting some of that now. At least that's the idea that I hope that I'm doing. And so I set up the symmetry ruler. So with the symmetry ruler, that's if you've watched other artists and stuff, especially if they're working on other VTube models, this is the thing. Like if you actually if you draw on one side of the ruler, it'll automatically mirror it on the other side. So I'm going to go ahead and do that to get like some of the basic body shape down so that I can work with the rest of it a little bit easier. And yeah, if these were vector images, if these were vector lines, I'd have actually a lot more control over the lines, how they curve and stuff like that. Because if I were just doing this as a standard raster drawing, then what I'd have to do is I'd have to use this liquify tool. So let me go ahead and just pull this up on a different layer. And actually, this is something I want to check real quick. See, I should be doing vector lines. If I were taking an Adobe Illustrator approach to this, the way that Adobe Illustrator does all of their vector drawings, it's by basically hand drawing the points. So if I were going to trace an outline on this, then I would take the I would go to the vector tool, if I can find this stupid thing, because I keep getting lost. I'm not 100% this, right? No, it's a liquefy. Snap, where the hell is it? I can't believe I can't find this stupid tool. No. Yeah, see, I'm thinking like Adobe as opposed to still to being fully used to Clip Studio Paint. So that's why I'm kind of forcing myself to get used to this. No, oh, it's the square, duh. I kind of move these around a little bit, that's also why. All right, but yeah. So if I were to do a continuous curve, then, and I don't know if this will actually mirror, so let's find out. So if I basically start off and I could create a point, okay, it does mirror, that's good. But so the Adobe way to do this would be to sit here and trace the outline. So actually, let me just kind of clear this real quick. So if I were to, let's say I start up at the side here, or let's see if I can actually start this at the line. I don't exactly like doing it up here, but so I would start off by just kind of taking this and then tracing along the curve of the head and stuff like that to go ahead and create the basic shape. This would be, the basic way to start moving forward on this. Now, it's janky up at the top, right? Which is okay, because what I can do is I can actually go back and adjust these lines a little bit later. And that's basically correct. CS Clip Studio is a little bit weird how they do their on how they do some of their line work and stuff, because they don't really, you can create outlines, but they're not exactly complete shapes, or they don't, at least the shapes that they create don't actually support fill, which is the only kind of cumbersome part about them. So, but this is like, the basic idea. And then if I should be able to go back. Now, the only thing about going back and adjusting the lines is I think that Clip Studio, the mirror ruler, if I go back and I make adjustments, it doesn't quite like it. Or I'm sorry, it's not that it doesn't like it. It doesn't exactly, if I make corrections to the line, it doesn't apply the corrections on the mirror. So like if I hit up one side of this and I don't want to, okay, there we go, the control points. If I start messing with the control points, for example, like if I kind of zoom in here or whatever, and I wanted to try to clean this up. Come on. Move control points, right. So if I pick this line, see, I should be able to select the line and move it. Why isn't it letting me do that? interesting. It's not letting me do it at all. It's not because this is actually on the mirror. This is one of the things that I'm kind of working out. Worst comes to worst, I'll ditch the vector and I'll just, abandon it and just go straight back to the raster drawing. But I was really hoping to be able to come out with an actual vector version of this. But I am more interested in making sure that I've got a proper cleaned up version of the model as opposed to it necessarily being a vector. But yeah, the vector tools on one hand are cooler than other tools. Like some of the vector tools for as far as drawing go are cool, but they're not exactly all they're cracked up to be. They could be better. There's room for improvement. How about that? Okay, so I'm not on a mirror line. So like for example, if I have this and I start creating these points to create these curves, let's say I do something like this, right? And if I hit escape, I should, it did the whole thing. Drawing in vector takes a little bit of getting used to, especially depending on whatever tool that you happen to be working with. Okay, there we go. So I should be able to go back, like I was saying, and I should be able to go back to the control points, and I should be able to do things like move the current. Yeah. See, it's not letting me do it because of the freaking mirror. So what I'm going to have to go ahead and do is on the mirror layer, I'm going to have to do a raster drawing. And then if I want to go ahead and make the outline an actual vector, then I'll have to go back over on a regular vector layer and draw it. Because see, now this is what I was expecting to do. Like I can take these points and I can move these around. That's the whole point of working with the vector lines. You can take and control the actual points and have more precise control over the line. Now that could also cause it to look a little bit janky, depending. But then you can also then go ahead and do things like, switch the anchor points up. So if I wanted to make this like a hard corner, I could click on it and now it's a corner. Of course, I could go ahead and click on it again. It'll switch the corner out. But then I can also go ahead and how is it? It's the shift button that lets me do that. No, the shift lets me move it, but I think moving the control points. I swear I gotta reread some of the manual. I gotta RTF on a little bit more. Because I'm losing which tools. Oh, it is, if I switch the corner, where the hell is that tool? Of course, I could also be thinking of a different, program again. Because the last commission that I did was for a logo. And on that logo, what I ended up having to do was I did a lot of the base drawing here in Clip Studio Paint because I liked how you can basically draw pretty well with the vector lines, but to go ahead and finish the actual SVG illustration, I had to switch over to Inkscape, which is it's a pure vector drawing tool. But what I was looking to do, because you should be able to you should actually be able to adjust these control points so that you can adjust the curve by basically dragging out control handles. And I am seeing where I am gonna have to ask Google. So hang on a second. It may be that I have to actually switch over and just simply use, I might have to just use straight Bezier curves, which I know would give me the handles. Is that it? Is that what the deal is? Is that why you're being a pain in my proverbial butt? So I was able to draw this. Now, I can still mess with these handles even if I go ahead and draw freehand, right? So if I took this, I want the smooth G pen. So if I took this and I draw this line, I can still go back because I'm in the vector layer. I can still actually go ahead and go back and change the control points. It's just that if you notice, there's a lot more control points as opposed to when I did like the whole clicking bit because I drew this freehand. But I can still take these points and still move them individually if I wanted to go ahead and get different effects to adjust the line any way I want. This is what I really kind of dug about the Clip Studio Paint tools. But the thing that I'm apparently running into is if I do this on this mirror layer, even though it lets me, oh, you know why? It's probably because this mirror layer, it's not the mirror layer. This isn't a vector layer. So even though I can freehand on this, oh, let me go back to the pen. See now the pen, this isn't specific because this isn't actually a vector layer. It looks like it's a raster layer. So even though it's mirroring it, that's probably why it's not letting me change any of the points. Which I could have sworn that I had set this up. So if I create a new vector layer, so I'm on the vector layer and then I create a guide on this. This should be setting the guide. Where's that center line at again? Darn it. 460. So if I create the guide down here, okay, it is a vector. So at least it looks like it's a vector layer. So this should be a vector layer. So I should be able to go ahead and draw vector lines on here, and it should also still be mirrored. Which if I go ahead and let me hide these two. And just in case, because I don't want to have to keep redrawing the damn thing, let me duplicate the layer. Alright, so now I'm on a vector layer. This should be a vector line, right? And yes, but now if you notice, like I said, like I was saying earlier, so it did do a vector line. All right, cool. So apparently I just accidentally drew that first one was on a raster layer instead of on an actual proper vector layer. So you know, I'm gonna take these two and just trash them because I don't need them. And the real test is going to be if I come over here and I make corrections. The problem that I found like with the correcting and erasing to an extent is that the mirror isn't affected. And no, there is no setting, it appears. It doesn't appear that there's any setting to make sure that it actually is affected. So let's just see if I drag this point. Yeah, see, it only does it on the one side. It doesn't mirror it on the other. You didn't got up looking at keycaps. You've been here the whole time. I understand. It's all good. Okay. So, flip side is now with the Bezier curve. So the continuous curve, you saw, well, first I could draw freehand and I could just draw the line. Then I'd have to do a lot of cleanup. And if I do all the cleanup, it doesn't get, the mirror doesn't, the mirrored image doesn't get affected. That's the only problem with, like, you know, doing these adjustments. So it's probably better on the mirror side to actually just do a raster drawing. You're gonna hook a sister up, huh? So the Bezier curve. So now this should give me, this is more, oh wait, I want to adjust the line width on this. So this should give me the control points that I was talking about before. Yep, see, so now I have control handles, and then these handles on a Bezier curve. Adobe Illustrator uses Bezier curves exclusively. And the beauty of the Bezier curves is that it gives you those control handles, so you can precisely control the actual side, or you can control the lines by basically tweaking these handles. No, it's all good. That's cool. It's no problem. And I'm going to cap it here just because I want to make sure. If I go back to a control point, see, again, this only controls the one side. It doesn't control the mirror image, so I have to get it right the first time. Which part? Oh. Yeah, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to redraw, I'm going to draw this on the, I'm going to draw a mirror image on the raster layer, and then I will eventually go back and make a vector version of it, but I don't need the vector version immediately. So yeah, you could say I've worked it out. So all good. But for right now, yep, I know what I'm going to go ahead and do. So I'm going to make this raster layer. Then I am going to go back to my ruler. So yeah, you're gonna have to excuse the scuff art stream just because, like I said, I'm still getting used to doing this digitally, and then on top of it using Clip Studio Paint as opposed to Adobe. So I'm kind of like learning the tools as well as a different art workflow. So this is Scuff Traditional Artist Learning Digital. Okay. So now that I got this, actually, since I'm doing, since I'm kind of redoing this, I am going to use my sketching brush. Or no, you know what, yeah, let's do it. Scuff is how you figure things out. Yeah, pretty much. So, I mean, I'm not complaining too much about the scuff, but from a spectator perspective, I mean, this part doesn't exactly matter, but because it's behind the veil. See, I can totally see how jank I made the original image. Let's see here. I want the facing body. You guys had me thinking about the other day when you're talking about, you know, giving the ghost model some boobs. Like, okay, that would be kind of like a, but no, we're not doing that. Yes, no. Anyway. So what I want is this to be a bit of a chubby ghost, and then coming down. Starting to look kind of thick, right? Well, see, one of the things that I want to do is, I mean, this static pose is kind of cool, and I'm trying to avoid the quote unquote ghostbuster pose, but this is perfectly fine for just kind of standing there, right? But because I was thinking of like the different states that I want to go ahead and give it, there's just the kind of standing there. Then there's also the possibility of, let me throw another raster layer over here. So on the one hand, there's this initial pose, right, of just kind of standing here. Then one of the other things I was kind of thinking of, so there's just, you know, the neutral position where he's just kind of there and just, you know, kind of standing, waiting for anything to happen and everything. And so just kind of, again, a little bit of a blob, but then, right, with no legs. But then the other thing is I wanted to do some other poses. So for example, with the you know, maybe on a blushing pose, I could do something where he's kind of sitting and, you know, besides like, you know, the blushy face kind of bit, you know, maybe have it where he's doing like, you know, the classic hand position. I made these way too small to actually draw this better. But so in this position, he's got his hands and he's kind of doing like, you know, the whole finger pointy thing. And then, you know, got the blush lines. Kind of have him kind of coming down again. Right? I could possibly even do like another one, like an aw shucks-ish kind of pose. So I could either add to this where, you know, I could possibly add like, you know, the I could add like, you know, worry lines. There's also the possibility of like, you know, kind of like a little bit of an aw shucks-ish kind of deal I've got like in his where, you know, the hand the hand on the head scratching kind of thing, the head scratch. So he's got the one hand kind of doing, you know, the head scratching bit. But again, keeping it chibified, right? So not too much, you know, the whole idea isn't going too deep into, like, you know, into detail here. So, wait, what happened? Oh, there it goes. But yeah, so the hand on the head, not quite sure what to do with the other hand. Like, could be like a it could possibly be, I mean, it would normally be like a wavy thing, like, you know, hand in front kind of doing the wave. But that would look I think that would start to kind of look a little clumsy, because, you know, it'd be like the hand holding up. But yeah, no, that doesn't look right. So maybe not the hand, maybe not the head scratch, because like I said, I'm not exactly sure what to do with the other arm. If it was just, if it were an emote, that would probably work. But so maybe not that. The one thing I'm trying to avoid kind of doing, that kind of keeps coming to mind, is the whole arm splayed out, right? With like the whole so something along these lines, and then, you know, next thing you know, he's got the whole ghostly figure. But again, I want to avoid this, because every time I kind of think of the whole arm splayed out deal, you know, I start thinking about the whole, and yeah, don't want to do that. Oh wait, my ice is melted. Damn, I almost forgot about this. I need to hydrate. Because clearly, this is the idea juice. First time on stream, just so you know. So yeah, I didn't want to quite do this pose. I don't know, what other poses do you think might look interesting? Dabbing, interesting. Oh, yeah, I'm actually already kind of starting to thinking of emotes as well. I need to kind of get an emote template, because I haven't drawn emotes before. But yeah, that's the question. Dabbing what specifically? But this could also be kind of a good waving position. Like, I could do a hand wave. Something along that lines. A face palm. I need a face. Face palm. So that would actually kind of be... Oops. If it were a face palm... to be kind of coming down this way. And let's see here. It'd probably come around something closer to this, right? And then I would probably have, so if this was like the front, and again, I kind of want him as in ghost form. I kind of want it so that body-wise, it's still, if it's chibified, so if it's chibified, then the height is, I'm going with 2.5 size the head as opposed to straight 2 head, straight even with the head. So kind of coming down like about here for the total height. So 2.5 with the tail and stuff, but I kind of want, so the top, I mean, I want to kind of go for a little bit of a rounder, a more rounded kind of body, at least without the Jinpei on. Look, sending nudes. But basically something kind of like, and then with the legs, or the lower half, because again, no legs. So I don't know. See, now it's starting to look kind of, again, ghost with boobs that I'm trying to avoid. I said, dab me up in So yeah, so kind of going back to the hand smack. Or the face palm, just kind of coming up this way, putting the hand up, giving it a little bit of curve. Then this would be like, something along those lines. But yeah, see, I wanted to make the tail part, like, you know, the wispy part, a little more pronounced, because like I said, it's the way I accidentally drew it this time around. It looks kind of like a little pigtail, as opposed to, I wanted something, oops, shoot, I wanted something a little bit more, you know, a bit more pronounced. I'm kind of going off of, you remember Casper the Ghost, Casper's uncles per se, kind of like, and to a lesser extent Oogie Boogie, you know. So with Oogie Boogie or whatever, he had, like, you know, his face, and then his body kind of came around and did one of these things. I mean, I don't want it to be quite so rotund, because now it would look a little too off balance, but I'm kind of going for something along those lines. Of course, without, like, you know, without like the ghost headed top, but then kind of without, like, you know, the triangular shape on the head and stuff. But I wanted to kind of maintain, I wanted to give it a little, I don't want to say dad bod, but again, this is like an kind of like a non-corporeal entity, so I wanted it to be a little bit more blobbish. But then he looked all snazzy when I put the Jinpei on him, so I didn't want it to, like, you know, ruin those lines of the Jinpei, right? Because if he's wearing the Jinpei, then this is still just going to kind of be a big straight line. And so if this is all just a straight line with the Jinpei, I didn't want it to be too apparent. It would be apparent if I, you know, without, like, you know, any other form going on. So I wanted to make sure that the, you know, the base had a little bit more, you know, had a little more to it. Does that make sense? I guess you could say more ghostly cake at the end. Ghostly. But yeah, I mean, this is closer to the non-corporeal form that I wanted to go to, and then kind of make it taper off as far as transparency goes. So by the end, it's a little bit, it's a bit more transparent than up at the top. So it kind of has a gradual fade where you can start seeing through him at the bottom. But if it's too thin down here, then you wind up losing that effect. So that's kind of the extra poses that I wanted to go with, if that makes sense. So let me go ahead and come back over here. Let's see here. How are you guys doing on drinks? Are you staying hydrated properly as well? I'm about a third of the way through mine. I kind of have to cut back because otherwise if I drink too much, I'll start getting headaches. Good, good. Glad you're hydrating. Good poses. I'm really interested in watching them get worked out. Yeah, me too. So, in the meantime, let me kind of come back over here. And I'm going to rename this scribble layer. I'm just going to go ahead and hide that. Okay, cool. That's right, you said you were going to be streaming tomorrow. More cult, or are you switching up? Okay. So you're going to do some more Cult of the Lamb, but you might do some chatting while you write some scripts, depending on what your brain does. Cool. Yep. Follow the urges, follow the impulses, follow the white rabbit. Okay, so this first one, I'm going to go ahead and make neutral. So just arms down. Absolutely. Go with the instinct. Okay. So I think that is roughly what I'm going for. Because let's see, size-wise, yeah, it still works out to be just a bit under 2.5 heads. And I'm going to draw the bottom on a non-mirrored layer. So over here, so what I'm really looking to do is, again, that whole I want to smooth this out more. And no, that's a little bit too... Like if I put it dead center, it looks, well, wrong. So I mean, I don't want it totally dead center here. I kind of want it to follow the same, a similar line. See, this is actually why I wanted to do the vector part, because it'd be much easier to sit here and control this curve. So yeah, something closer to that would actually be kind of cool. Or that would look a little bit better. If I would stop messing that up. I don't know, what do you think? could probably, like I said, I could probably fine tune that more by using a vector curve, like Bezier curves down here. So I could get that kind of the curl that I want just right. It's like, oh my gosh, she's naked. It's like, I think I want to widen this up a little bit. Okay. Sorry, this is the first time I've actually heard this soundtrack, so it's kind of like, okay, cool. I'd probably bring this down a little bit more. I don't want it symmetrical with this, obviously, but it looks a little too much being up all the way up here. I'll play with that line. Okay. It is very, very relaxing, very chill. So yeah, I totally dig it. Okay. And so now okay, so let me add in another layer here. Because So I'm sorry I'm not as talkative as I might normally be. Because I guess normally I'd be probably gabbing my head off, right? How long did it take for you to come up with your model design, by the way, Zeb? I mean, I saw your model credits, but I was just kind of curious. Where did you wind up getting the idea for the Eldritch Moth from? You know what I should have done? I probably should have taken this. Oh yeah? For you 1.0, you look totally different. You look vastly different, and you happen to be friends with your artist, who wasn't my artist at the time. I was just talking about where I could go with what I stood from where I started as. Oh, cool. Nice. So it was just an evolution, so to speak. Joke was that originally my tail was actually me and the body was just a decoy. And we came up with the idea that, like, well, maybe the tail was a caterpillar. Oh, okay. Hey, cool. Complete evolution. Gotta love it. So this should kind of come down. An alien was like, no, not, it's not weird enough. See what Eldritch. Okay. Yeah, I mean, once you go Eldritch, you can't go back. It's going to be so cool and make absolutely no sense to anyone. You gotta love it. But that's actually, I guess, pretty fitting, considering, right? Especially considering, like, you know, the whole Eldritch. If you're going with Eldritch lore, it shouldn't make sense. Okay, so okay, I can see this needs to actually be down this way more. Welcome back. Yeah, I was actually just asking Zeb about the origins of her model, how she came about to becoming an eldritch horror moth. And it was a pretty interesting journey, if you ask me. You know what? Because it's a straight edge, more or less. So. Yeah, I was actually I was asking Zeb. I was asking Zeb about her, about the background for her character and everything. And like I said, the interesting about how her model evolved to the state it is now. And let's see the front of the Jinpei. I am going to erase this. Okay. front. I can finish this out. This simply comes down about like so. I'm gonna make it flare out a bit to match his body line. But yeah, essentially kind of do this. This is going to kind of come down. It won't be perfectly even. And then it's just going to kind of come about like that. Want it to be a little flared on the sides. For the sauce, okay. So I'll hand draw the tide back a little bit later in a moment, but so this is the basic part of the image, and again I'll draw in these little bits when I do the vector. So all I have to do now is redraw the veil. So let's kind of take this back up. And clean this up a bit. I think it definitely looks a lot better than the first time around. So the veil, I'll make another quick layer up here. Man, the more of that I drink, the smoother it gets. Deep speech in Orcish for half orc barbarian. You never got the chance to play? That's actually pretty cool. I mean, the head's still a little unbalanced, but that's okay. It's kind of egg-shaped, but again, it's not supposed to be perfect, Charlie Brown. It's a ghost. It's non-corporal. Well, at one point I was learning Klingon myself, so... like any good warrior should know. Which part is cute? The drawing or the fact that I was learning Klingon? Did you know that the first Klingon translator program, the first Klingon language learning program, came with a Star Trek game? It came with one of the Star Trek Next Generation adventure games. I forget the name of it. Both, huh? Mai, how you doing? Good to see you. How's everything going tonight? Or today? I forgot what side of the planet you're on. So as you can see, I'm sitting here, I'm doing a little bit of tuning to my PNG character. Tightening the ghost up a little bit. It's coming along. I guess I'll find out how I feel about it as I kind of go along here. So, what were you up to earlier? Were you just kind of hanging out? Were you on stream or something, or? Ooh, wow, okay. So you didn't stream, you're gonna stack? Gotta be careful. If you guys don't know Mai is an android bunny, and a very awesome one at that. She does some really great art. So I totally, highly encourage people to go check her out. Because she does some really cool stuff.
I can't keep doing this, so let's go on. Holy!
I was about to say, I didn't see it come up, so okay. Yeah, show her some love, drop her a follow. Absolutely, go check out her stuff, because like I said, she does some really cool things. I absolutely love her model, and her mascot is fantastic. Well, I am going to go ahead and go with the VRoid. Right now what I'm doing is oops, let me come back here. So I'm in the middle of cleaning up some of the scuff on the PNG tuber. So the plan, I mean, when I originally did this, let me flip it back around to the proper, and you're gonna have to excuse me because, like I said, I'm a little bit scuffed. I think I mentioned before I'm a traditional artist where I do a lot of pencils and pastels. So I won't exactly say forcing, but kind of forcing myself to make the switch to digital. And since I was more used to working with Photoshop and Illustrator before, I'm kind of also doing this while learning Clip Studio Paint at the same time. But so I'm cleaning up some of the scuff from when I first did the quickie version of my PNG Ghost model. Part of this is I want to go ahead and make the layers. I want to actually do the layers as vector layers. You did you do the rigging on your model? I forgot, May. Yeah, so does it have to be, do the layers have to be vector layers, or will it work okay with raster layers? Because I haven't really noticed anybody actually doing vector drawings when they're moving to live 2D, so I wasn't sure. Okay, so rasterized is fine. Oh, so in other words, I'm just like making more work for myself for no particularly good reason. I see how it is. Right. But so what I wanted to do, I wanted to go ahead and do like a little proper cell shading to begin with. So I was kind of cleaning this up, and plus, like I said, when I kind of do the flip and everything, I realized how off part of the drawing looks. I mean, it was partly that I was like looking at an angle and everything, but again, the more I kind of looked at it, the more I wanted to clean this up. So yes, I'm working on a VRoid. So with the PNG tuber, I'm working on an actual VRoid model, which, again, is going to be like the body the ghost is going to inhabit for the time being. But when I start moving to live 2D, I wanted to use the ghost as a base for the initial live 2D practice. So my first task will be to rig the actual ghost. So I want to make it so that the veil moves and is kind of flowy. I want the sleeves to be a little bit flowy as well. So this is going to be like my first target in live 2D. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a proper 2D image of my VRoid character, because I'm kind of defining the character's look in VRoid. So I'm going to transfer that all over to a properly layered image, a properly 2D layered image, which then I'll go ahead and I'll rig that up in live 2D, but that's going to be much later. No, not yet, which is why I'm taking my time. And yeah, I redid the tail whip because you see what I meant about how it looks a little bit kind of shrinky and whatever. So I wanted to make it more, I wanted to give it more definition. Plus, I also wanted to, again, apply some animated touches to it as well. So as you turn from side to side, I want the tail to kind of like, waver a little bit. Or if I can ideally just kind of have it wisping about, kind of like a tail, like a tail. So, and yeah, I'm saving purchasing Live 2D after I finish the VRoid and everything, which will still be a little while. So I'm going, It's going to be a process, and I'm not worried about it. I'm looking forward to it, actually. But I plan on leveraging the hell out of that VRoid once I build it. So I want to spend a little bit of time to not make it look generic. It is. I'm not looking forward to doing the hair part. I wanted to spend some time on this before I switched over to VRoid, which I'm already at the 3 hour. Damn, I'm already at the 3 hour mark. So I'll probably save this and then open up VRoid right about now. Come to think of it. So that I can go ahead and do a little bit of painting on that. And, because I said I was going to go ahead and do that in the stream. But it's coming along. It's definitely coming along. How are your projects? What was the last thing that you were working on? Was that a commission or something? Or... because I don't remember the last piece that you were working on. You got anything you want to share? Or show off real quick? And shit, I should save this anyway, because it's been a minute. Okay. Oh, cool. What kind of fan art?
Well, hip hop taught me to do this.
A techwear brand mascot. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So this is the face texture that I had done for my VRoid. Because like I said, I want to spend a little bit of time working on the VRoid stuff on stream. And let me go ahead and open a VRoid Studio here real quick and hopefully not bring my entire system to its knees, crying and pleading for help. Well, with VRoid, you start off with so all of the different textures, well, it's a basic texture map. So have you done any kind of 3D modeling at all? Yeah, this goes around this particular texture. It's just an image that gets applied to the face. So if I actually go ahead and if I kind of close this and hide all this, and hide the nose too. So if I zoom in a bit, you'll see that this is the actual grid this is like the actual grid that matches the mesh of the actual 3D model, right? And so of course you can kind of see it looks like, it's kind of scrunched up in the middle, and then it just basically, it's like a wrapper that goes all the way around the head. Now, I could have painted all of this directly inside of VRoid. Yeah, directly inside of VRoid, but the actual VRoid tools aren't that great. So, not this one, this one. So I went ahead and opened this up inside of Clip Studio Paint, so I have better painting tools, essentially. And let me go ahead and open up the VRoid model, and so VRoid, you're right here, VRoid Studio. So if I turn on VRoid Studio, let's flip over to that window here real quick. Yeah, the neck and the back of the head, it's part of the neck, but it's mostly kind of like down to like the underside of the jaw is how far it kind of goes. And I don't know why you can't see him yet. Hold on a second. Yeah. So ignore the lines. The lines are kind of for reference. So with the new version of VRoid Studio, you have the ability to have to give the character a bodysuit, which I drew on the bodysuit to kind of give myself some of the musculature lines and kind of get those mapped out to the actual grid for the texture, because you basically have to apply that and paint it this pretty much the same way that, you know, I did with the head texture. Okay, and so I kind of drew all of the guidelines because I'm going to go ahead and paint and shade some of that in to give it some proper definition. There are a lot of tutorials on YouTube that kind of do some basic painting, which as far as shadows goes, it's like, oh, just kind of shade this in and just like, you know, basically give it a flat shadow. I wanted to go ahead and provide a little bit more detail, even though yes, he will be wearing clothes. He'll be wearing like the same, basically a Jinpei outfit, the same as my ghost is wearing, which I'm going to go ahead and paint. There's actually a Jinpei asset that's built into VRoid. I'm going to go ahead and take that, use that as a base, and customize it a bit so that the colors match what I'm currently using. So yeah, I had to draw this so that I could get reference, because, you know, I'm a stickler for kind of getting some of the anatomical positions correct, and then also I wanted better definition, like on the hands. On the hands and feet in particular. So I wanted to make sure that I had, like, you know, the fingernails marked properly, as well as on the feet. I wanted to make sure that I had like the texture properly wrapping so that I could actually get some decent shading on the feet and on the toes to go ahead and make sure that that actually kind of lined up all properly. So over here you can kind of see a little bit once I've actually, and this doesn't have the texture added. What the heck? So if I go to the skin, I must not have, did I not save it? What the hell? So if I go to edit texture, it's going to go ahead and open up the face skin texture, and I can go ahead and I can apply. Fine, hunk of prime man, grade A prime man. That was a funky altercation I had once in a store with an old lady, which I'm not going to recount that story here. But so anyway, I don't know why it doesn't want to. Oh, it's the pen interfering. Come on, where are you? Sorry, it wants to be like uber sensitive today. Probably because I've got like Spotify open and a couple of other things, but. So if I go ahead and I load in the last version of the texture that I had, like if I delete this, you'd see it'd be like just the base skin layer or whatever. But if I go ahead and I import in the texture that I was working on, doll glass. VR chat, I think, well, for one thing, I think you can export VRoid models into VR chat. There's like, I think some extra things you have to do because you have to, I think, fix the bones in Unity. There's a couple extra details. I don't know. I want to mess with VR chat, but I am on a Mac and not a PC, so I don't get to mess with it. So let me load up Kurisu Jisan version. and open that up. And so this is the texture map that I was last working on, where I've kind of added I've added some extra lines, given him a little bit of detail and aged him out a little bit. So, no, VR chat is PC only. They don't have a Mac version. So that kind of sucks. So yeah. So the eyebrows, the eyeliner, the eyes, the skin, and even the nose contour itself, those are all separate parts. There's also an extra eyelid line here, which, you know, for whatever reason, it doesn't want to zoom in anymore today, which, you know, usually kind of goes in a little bit further than this. Kind of annoying, but whatever. So I drew the eyebrows. In fact, I can kind of go back over and kind of show you what those look like over here in Clip Studio Paint. But in Clip Studio Paint, the eyebrows are essentially they're all textures that are just mapped onto the model. And this is just acting up a little bit, sorry. But here, let me show you the eyebrow bit. So in Clip Studio Paint, not the studio thing, but let me open that up here real quick. So VRoid Studio, good. So the eyebrows, all of the actual textures are just straight PNGs, so they're real easy to work with. What do you mean unsupported file format? Oh my god, what the hell? What happened? Oh, okay, wrong one. I get it. That was the wrong file. My bad. So the eyebrows. I think it's these. Yeah, here we go. So this is just a texture file. It's just a PNG that I hand drew over here. So in that sense, they have placement right in from, so they have set placement so you can't make the mouth or eyes bigger. The way it actually works is that the textures will map onto the mesh. And you can control in VRoid Studio, you can control the mesh dimensions to an extent. So like you can do things like you can control the positioning, like I can control like the eyebrow height, the tilt and stuff like that, as well as stuff like the here, let me show you what this looks like. So if I close this and say, let me overwrite this, because that is what I'm going for. So like over here, these items on the right, hey. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I forgot there's actually a delay between me and the actual broadcast. But yeah, all these settings on the right hand side allow you to control the actual the mesh. So if you wanted to do things like change, if I wanted to kind of change some of the sizes of the chin, the way the jawline is shaped, I just basically have to play with the settings by moving the sliders or entering in the numbers directly, which for some of these, to kind of give this a very, well, Filipino look, come to think of it. I wound up manually entering some of these because you can actually manually enter the values and exceed how far the sliders themselves will let you go. So just because you can move the sliders to, to one end or the other, you're not exactly bound by that. You can actually exceed that. So you can get some really custom stuff. And that's the whole thing. I think VRoid gets a bad rap because people don't spend a lot of time in really kind of customizing the look of their character. So the whole thing about everybody looking the same, well, that's true if you don't take the time to mess with stuff, or, even more so, you can paint inside of VRoid Studio. Like I can paint some stuff directly on the model and that'd be fine, but those painting tools are pretty crude and only get you so far, right? So taking the textures and actually going through the trouble of editing them inside of Clip Studio Paint or some other painting program, and then exporting them and reloading them onto your onto the model in VRoid Studio just gives you a whole lot more flexibility. Yeah, in fact, the person whose tutorials that I learned from to get a basic idea of how to work with VRoid Studio, her name is I'm drawing a blank. Wow, damn, like I tell you. Hang on. I think her name is Only Virtual Ray, if I'm not mistaken. But if you actually look at Only Virtual Ray, and let me pull her up here real quick in a window, because if you look at her model, she basically does stuff exclusively in VRoid Studio. And of course, when I'm actually looking for her right now, that's when, okay, Only Virtual Ray, there you go. Like if you were to open her up, if you were to open up YouTube and go check her out, I'm gonna open up a quick window here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Again, skews the scuff. But yeah, so this is her YouTube channel, and like here, if I just basically hit any one of these, like, okay, like this is a good example. So this is her model.
Hi there, this is my Virtual Ray, and today, unfortunately, I have some bad news. I lost access to my Twitter account, I think about a month ago. I'm not actually completely certain when I lost access to it. I don't really open
she
Twitter
doesn't
very much
look
during the
like
semester
a
because I'm
typical
busy
VRoid
teaching,
model.
I really only open it to like send commission updates.
And this is just a demonstration of what you can really do with VRoid.
It's
Totally underrated.
Oh no, what's going on? So I went into Twitter and I just can't sign in. And I was like, oh, that's wacky. I didn't get any notifications my password had been changed or anything. So at that point, I had submitted a like help ticket to.
So yeah, this just looking at this again, you wouldn't really think that she actually did this exclusively in VRoid. Now she did actually go ahead and paint and do a lot of the stuff. That's actually how I learned how to go ahead and do it myself. Painting these properly inside of a different art program, and bang. And then plus you can actually go ahead and just do so much more. Which again, she doesn't have a full body view of her model here, but yeah, like I said, this just kind of shows what you can do with VRoid Studio if you take the time to get creative and go full custom. So yeah, I totally believe that VRoid Studio does not deserve the bad rap it gets. Like, people want to put a lot of VTubers want to put it down saying, oh god, that's so basic. Does that look basic to you? You know what I mean? Sorry, excuse me. Amaretto went back. Excuse me, hold on a second. Amaretto kind of went down the wrong way. Anyhow. So yeah, and Ray has a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of different playlists, all about creating your VRoid. So if anybody who's interested in learning about using VRoid to go ahead and create a really kick-ass model, right down to, like, I mean, again, look at her clothes. All of this. This is all painted. That voice modulator thing on her chest.
And when it comes to using VTuber models, there are kind of two
That's
routes
all
you can take. You can either go
VRoid
2D
Studio.
using a software like Live 2D, or 3D using any number of 3D modeling softwares like Blender, I know Maya and stuff like that can be used, but there's other options as well that are much easier. For this tutorial, I'll be covering making a 3D model using VRoid Studio, which is a free, flexible, and pretty easy to use program for making 3D VTuber models, and really the sky's the limit in that program. There's really no limit to what you can do. A lot of people will talk about how, oh, live 2D models are the most expressive and have the most, like, I don't know, the best expression and stuff. I don't know.
It's pretty cool.
I'm not complaining. I have like ears I can turn on and off. I've got like all kinds of like expression toggles I have. I don't think it's the worst. I think it's pretty good. So my model is made using VRoid, and I take model commissions using VRoid, so I spent a lot of time in the program and I highly recommend it. And I specifically recommend it for people who are starting out because Live 2D itself isn't a free program after the free trial runs out, and it has a pretty steep learning curve to it that is...
Yes, we know. Oh boy, do we know. But yeah, her videos are actually really good in terms of talking about how to go ahead and do a lot of the customization, giving some ideas, and also, of course, like, you know, hitting up the different places to get assets and everything like that. I am going to, again, the Jinpei that I want to use already comes in VRoid Studio, but I'm going to take it and, of course, alter the texture to make it look more like the Jinpei that my ghost is currently wearing. So yeah, once I get this done, I'm going to wind up I'll be spending time in this body. So I'll be spending time in my VRoid body once it's all done and good to go. And then after, well, I'll be, again, continuing to document my inception journey into becoming a real boy. But you know what I mean? So, and I'm pretty much doing it all on stream. What people don't understand is just how much you can do with VRoid, because like sure, live 2D you can draw whatever you want, but you can do many amazing things in VRoid. See, and that's the thing. You can draw whatever you want in VRoid Studio as well, if you take the time to go ahead and do it. The only thing that you don't have in VRoid Studio is you don't have absolute control over the actual mesh. You're basically confined to working within the sliders, right? But even within these sliders, there is a lot of room for customization. I mean, look at this G-San. He doesn't look anything like a typical he doesn't look anything like a typical model, a typical, like, you know, anime VRoid studio model. And that's the whole point. Plus, he's got a round Filipino nose. Just because. I just have to be careful. I don't want to make him look too realistic. So what I'll probably do is, depending on how this turns out, I might kind of come back and maybe redo some cell and kind of apply a little bit more cell shading, as opposed to some of the more subtle stuff that kind of makes it look a little bit more lifelike than I might want. I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna have to see what the final thing looks like. For 1.0, a friend of mine for your birthday gave you a 3D model made in VRoid, and it had all my extra bits and bobs. Like I had faux. See, the forearms, 4 eyes, you can do that too. But then for that, you can start off. I actually know somebody else who mods the existing model. So he basically takes, he starts off with a model in VRoid, but then he'll actually go ahead and import it into Blender and then customize it. So again, that's another route. I'm not going to go that route yet. I'm probably not going to do that with this model, most likely. If I want to go ahead and create a completely custom character, like maybe if I want to do something for VR Chatter or something like that, I might consider it at that point. But for the time being, you know, this is kind of cool. I'm okay with, like, you know, just sticking with some of the basic stuff in VRoid Studio. But yeah, you can totally come in, add extra arms, add extra limbs, whatever else that you want, you know, reshape the head, give it like a better set of detailed horns, things like that. But yeah, you just simply take the mesh out of from VRoid, and I think there's a conversion program or something that you have to run it through, and then you can load it into Blender. And then you just simply have to do the boning and rigging inside of Unity at that point. And that's what that other guy that I saw does. Yeah, I was asking him about it, and he was talking about, like, maybe at some point he might do like a tutorial or whatever, but I guess when that kind of time comes, I might pick his brain about that as well. But I mean, I'll do additional 3D after I do the 2D. So first it's, you know, the PNG tuber, then the VRoid model, then the live 2D model, plural, and then the full 3D with like Blender, Unity, and all that other neat stuff. Which, I'm not exactly a stranger to Unity. I've done game development in Unity, and I've done a little bit of 3D work, but I haven't done like full boning and stuff, or rigging. Sounds much better than boning. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate that compliment you gave me earlier, May. Me, a great artist. I'm still an amateur. The stuff you do is fantastic. Absolutely phenomenal. This time. I see. So yeah, that's the fun and stuff that I'm working on. Which I can actually, let's see here. If I go, one thing that the new version of VRoid Studio did was it gave you it gives a bodysuit. Which, where the heck is it? So in the under the outfit, I believe, there is an underbody suit that you can actually wear. The inner, which is like I think it's the inner top or bottom or something like that. It's kind of been a minute, so I gotta. Yeah, so the inner top. So this is the actual mesh for the bodysuit. But the nice thing about the bodysuit, because a disadvantage of VRoid Studio is that the default body customization, there's not a whole lot of it. But what they did was they kind of made a workaround in the not quite the latest version, but in one of the newer versions. I've got like 1.16. They added a bodysuit, and with the bodysuit you have a lot more customization. So think of it as a kind of like a fat suit or a muscle suit that you can actually put on your model, and you can actually go ahead and enhance it by by making it bigger, thicker, tighter, stuff like that. So you have like additional parameters that you can do to control more of how your model looks, which you do have to be a little careful with some of these, because if you kind of tweak the values a little bit too much in one direction, like if you make it too small, for example, then the body, depending on your body settings, might actually go ahead and stick out through the actual bodysuit in some areas. So you have to be careful of clipping in that regard. But for the most part, it's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it come to fruition. Hopefully I get this done probably pretty soon, like with like the next month, or within the next month I should probably have this like actually all done and set up. I've been taking my time because even though this is part of my quote-unquote inception arc, I'm still taking out time to do things like play games, do a couple ASMR streams, some reading streams, script writing streams, stuff like that. So, but yes, soon this will be the G-San you see with like the glasses, kicking back and, sitting back on the recliner reading a book for story time. That is the target. Well, thanks, I appreciate it. Yes. Yes, it is Touhou music. It is so sad. I keep telling everybody, well, everybody knows Touhou Project and stuff, and I've never actually played the game. I haven't exactly seen the games. I know Touhou Project mostly from manga. So, but it's very cool seeing everybody who knows it. It's like, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to go ahead and get it loaded up and play it. Yeah, Lumi was actually nice enough to share her playlists with me, which is where this comes from. And I am loving it so far. Imperishable. Okay. Is it on Steam or do I have to pick it up someplace else? Okay, Google it, got it. I'm a little worried about actually Googling Toho Project because, like I said, I know where I've seen it from, and it's a good thing I'm not doing it on stream. Mwahaha. Oh, look at that. It is on Steam. That's like the third thing that kind of came up. Oh, you know what? I actually Googled Toho Project, which was the name of the... Oops, no, that's not the window I wanted. Imperishable, right? So yeah. Imperishable. Imperishable Night. Okay, Imperishable Night download. Like, where can I get it? Oh man, it's PC only. Okay. Fine. That is a good question. I wonder how much they are asking for it. Because there are a couple places I'm looking at it where it is free download, but again, these are clearly not official sites. Why doesn't Toho Project have an actual have its own site? Yep, see, there it is. Dojin style. Uh-huh. Gotta be careful. I'm pretty sure, well, again, I forgot it's PC only, but I can at least find it and look at it. I can't believe, well, I mean, okay, granted, there have been all kinds of games and stuff I've missed out on and stuff, so it's unfortunate. But if it is that old, then I can probably run it emulated. Or it might actually run on my old ass laptop, which I never use because, again, old ass laptop. Okay, I'll definitely give this a shot, give it a look and stuff, and see what I can find. Because apparently I'm missing out on the game anyway. Because I'm pretty up to date on all the dojins. Because there are all kinds of dojins out for this game for the characters. It's hilarious. So that's how popular the franchise is. And many of them are quite good, I might add. But yeah, especially something made by like a single guy, as a single, well, let me rephrase that, as a solo indie developer, I totally appreciate that kind of thing. Completely makes me want to go ahead and finish the one project in particular that I've got on deck that I've had on hold while I work the day job. And now the night job. But at least that one I can do on stream. So, cool. Man, you guys are killing me. It's instantly recognized. Is that Tojo? Toho? There it is. Here we go. Okay, so this is closer to the ghost. However, just because the ghost doesn't have pants, the VRoid actually has legs, so it's not quite the same effect. It's a good thing they're right there too. So yeah, this is the actual Jinpei asset that is already in place. I am probably going to have to do something about the shoes itself. But yeah, this is, again, I'm going to probably just do some basic color balance, some recoloring on it just to make it the blue that I'm wearing, that the character's wearing, as opposed to the right, as opposed to this more indigo. Well, yeah. If you like annotated feet, there you go. No charge. So once I actually get the shading in, that's going to look much better, hopefully. Yeah, for free. Sorry, that's as high as I go. Which I never actually did. No, those are socks. I need the yeah, there will be no socks with the sandals. I never did actually check to see if there are Geta available. And no, I'm apparently going to have to go ahead and do that on my own, unless I want to just use, yeah, see, that's just not going to cut it. Not by any stretch. Plus, it's totally off. So yeah, I'm going to have to completely customize the shoes to actually have a proper set of Geta. That will work. I hope that she is still around. That was 12 years ago that happened. Like 2009? No. Maybe 2008. So, yeah, it was a while ago. If she's still kicking, then I am sure she is still out there accosting young men. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, it kind of seems on the face of it that it's probably a little bit foolish to go through all the trouble to doing all the shading on the body, considering that he's going to be wearing clothes for the most part. So at best, you'll just simply see, like, you know, you'll probably see like the feet and maybe the calves and forearms. But again, I just want to be a stickler for detail. And I need to work out what kind of hair I'm going to go ahead and give Jisun here. So yeah. Actually, what is left to do at the moment? I need to fix those eyelids. Let's see, do I already have an eyelid texture? Texture, eyelid, okay. Okay, I do have an eyelid, so what the heck? Alright, so let's edit the current texture. And yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and import this over it. Eyelid. Oh, yeah, there it goes. Okay. Cool. Don't don't know why my mouse is so jittery today. Cool, so that works. So now all I think that's left on the head to do, I'm not going to use the eyelashes. Quick work. All right, cool. So bet that works. And just to make sure, I'm gonna go ahead and save. Because again, paranoid that I don't lose the work this time. Oh, that's why I tried to do control. Well, I know I did a Command S, but it didn't save it. So really, I think the only thing to do as far as the head goes, I don't know, what do you guys think? Well, okay, I'm gonna change the eyes, so I should actually go ahead and work on that real quick. But after the eyes, I think the only thing that's left to do is the hair. And then I'll be done with the head, and then I can go ahead and move on to the bodysuit and get that painted. You think it looks amazing? Cool. It's like I feel like Dr. Frankenstein. Just a few pinches here, a little bit there, take up some stuff, and then soon it is alive! Or eventually. You know, or at least animatable. Alright, so what I need are the eyes. And do I already have anything imported? I think this is the current. So I guess the question is, what do I want to use as the basis? I mean, I'm going to wind up repainting the damn thing anyway, but... And do I already have the eyes? So if I go ahead and try opening this up, let me see if I've got the texture already downloaded. Eyeliner, face, blah blah blah. No, I do not have the eyes. I could have sworn that I downloaded it at some point. So I've got eye highlights. How in the hell do I have eye highlights, but I don't have the regular eye? That is so bizarre. Okay, well in that case, and it's also good to know that the highlights are a separate texture. So I think this looks like the one that I'm currently using, right? Oh god, no. What the hell? Pretty sure there's an undo. Okay. Where is the texture? Damn. Okay, here it's under. Right, so the eye sets I don't want to mess with. I just want the irises and the highlights. Okay, so that's what I want to mess with. And the sclera, but I think the sclera is fine as is, so I'm not going to really mess with it. So let me just kind of check. I was looking for eyes. Maybe I need to just double check for irises. Yeah, that did not look natural, even for anime. So, okay, here we do. I got the irises and I got the irises. So that's the guide. And the sample. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and open up the sample. Fascinating. Okay, cool. So let me switch back over to Clip Studio Paint. So here are the irises. How wide is this thing? It is 1024. All right, cool. So I need to go ahead and create a guide at 512. Ten, 11, 12. By the way, I did say that I was actually still getting used to Clip Studio Paint, so if you see something, if you see a process of how I'm doing something that just looks painful, and you know of a better or easier way to do it, by all means, feel free to pipe up and let me know. Because I am not going to again, claim to be any kind of expert with the software. So I fumble a lot, is really what I'm saying. Or wait, I forgot, you use Photoshop, right? You're not using Clip Studio Paint, right? Right. Too thick. I do actually appreciate that they properly called these irises as opposed to calling them pupils, because that kind of irks the hell out of me when a lot of artists refer to this whole thing as you got to draw on the pupils correctly, and I'm like, no, you got to learn anatomy. So the iris space, the pupils. So what I want to do is something a little bit different. Well, that'd be creepy, but no. And it's a little off-centered. So let's do this. Yeah, I mean, I don't bother with saying anything externally. Okay. How does that look? Kind of creepy. That's not quite right. I mean, it's kind of interesting. So what I really want right. I swear this soundtrack is badass. What? That's cool and all, but what I really want. Is to move slightly this way. That's better. All right. No, not the reference. I need the transparent pixels. Oh, wow. I just kind of noticed that eye color matches the amaretto. It's pretty interesting. So how you guys holding up? You just kind of relaxing and enjoying the vibe, or you guys doing excuse me. You guys doing okay? Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Eyes the color of amaretto. The kind that you gaze into. Someone tried to ruin your vibe. Well, bogus. You all good? Is it that same person who's giving you trouble that you mentioned earlier? Or is it somebody else now? Okay. So somebody completely different wrecking your vibe. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That absolutely sucks. So I kind of like that. Alright. You have a couple.